Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck was happening to her? Did you see that? I was just scratching my brow, dude. Holy. Alright. Yo, hello everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope you guys are doing a good day so far and a good night's sleep. That was wild. Doop, boop, boop, doop, doop. Alright. Do this. Should be fine. That was insane, man. That was insane. Alright, just a moment, right? Adjust a moment. Here comes. I like the other version. It's the Here comes that boy. Hello, boy. How are ya? What is the woman singing? Wait, this one. Here comes that boy. What's this one? That's well. He's here. What? Hello, boy? What do you mean? What you mean? You got a haircut? Send me a picture. Boy. From now on, anyone that is younger than me and is in your 20s, I'm calling you boy. 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 Huh? Is internet okay? Yeah? Why? Doop boop doop 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 boop boop. You're in the jungle, baby. Invtek. Thank you very much for the sub. Invtek. You are the real G. Oh. How's my morning? Not too bad. Oh. Subscribe to earn the drops. Oh, you guys have the Crunchyroll thing? That's why you subbed? Maybe. Alright, let's do some shit. DMs? Oh, yeah, let me see. Damn, boy. Looks like young PewDiePie, dude. I'm not... Young PewDiePie. Literally PewDiePie, dude. I'll send you a quick picture here, wait. Motherfucker looks like PewDiePie, what the fuck? Copy image. There you go. Same face, literally, right? Didn't you have like a long ass hair? Mr. Skull? Long ass. I'm Mr. Weasel. I like how I actually got you guys to all start using Mr. We're just trying to be like respectful to each other, calling each other Mr. and shit. I don't remember like how I started doing that actually. Was it somebody that in particular? Huh? No, I don't think it was because of that. No. I would know if it was because of that. Because if I say Mr., it's more so because of like... I do it as if like, you know... like the old England type of thing, you know? It's like, oh... Like where people were just calling each other Mr. and shit. Ah, whatever. Alright, it's a paint. Let us paint. Let us paint that ass. Ah, yes. Yes. How much does higher? Oh. Oh, okay, wait. She literally came up for so I can scratch her butt. It's our daily thing. Mr. Butt. Yo, Weasel, is it hot in Batumi? Batumi. Do you want to go to Batumi, Dash, this year? For like a couple days or something? We can go there. Yeah, let's do like one at a time. Okay, okay. We're only gonna go to Batumi if like we'll have time for it basically. Or whatever. Hot during the day. Actually, I'm just thinking, you say it's hot, but you're somebody that comes from like area where like -20 for you is like the norm. So you saying hot is not really a like, it doesn't really say anything. Okay, I got a little bit of personal question, and I'm not asking this because I'm trying to gloat on you or anything like that. I just know it's a thing for people that come to Georgia and live here for a while. So I'm gonna ask you this question, okay? And like, no ill intent. I'm genuinely wondering, okay? Have you actually gained some weight, like while being here? Because people that come to Georgia always gain weight, especially when they live here for a period of time. For Christmas in summer. Oh, okay. So it's, yeah, you should be fine then. I mean, to be honest though, like still the idea, like at home you had like different temperature at different times of the year, right? And you're probably used to it. But here in Georgia, dude, actually, you know what? This summer, or at least like end of spring, has been very weird. There's like a lot of rain. It's actually cold. We haven't had springs like this, to be honest. Usually in spring, it's already sort of hot. Okay, if I jump straight into the conversation question, what are your thoughts on the VRChat avatar store and the 50-50 split? Wait, VRChat avatar store has a 50... that's fine, by the way. I'm perfectly okay with that. So, first of all, VRChat avatar store split is 50-50? Huh? Huh? It is like a shit ton. I thought that they're gonna be making money from you buying tokens. Don't quote me on that. Okay. Let's ask Grok. Grok always knows things. Does VRChat avatar store will have 50-50 split? Let's see if Grok knows. Yes, VRChat avatar marketplace operates on a 50-50 revenue split for creators. This means that creator receive 50% of revenue avatar sales, which the remaining 50% is divided between the platform, example Steam or Meta, which takes 30%, of VRChat along its payment processors, which takes 20%. This split has been a point of discussion among users, with some expressing concerns over the creator's share compared to other platforms like Gamma Burp can retain 90-100% of the sales. So my thoughts are this on this. I feel like it's bad, but at the same time it's understandable. And obviously you have a choice. This is not replacement to what we already had, which was you buying avatars from Gumroad or Booth or whatever it is, right? So you can still have that option to go and do that. I feel like it would only be a problem if they disallowed you to upload models, which is a different talking point. At that point, you might as well forget VRChat existing, but they're not doing that. I think it makes sense, to be honest. Like, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I still think that it makes sense. Because, yes, Steam does take a cut, and any in-game purchases, Steam does take a cut from that, so it only makes sense that they have to give the cut to Steam, and they will only keep 20% of their money. I feel like they could have elevated that a little bit by integrating the idea that, like, the coins that you buy, for example, right? It was already favored in VRChat's direction, meaning that, like, for example, if you're buying like 5,000 tokens for $50, and that's it, that is its actual worth. Like, instead of like that, it would be like slightly more, right? You would be paying $60 for it. So for every $50 of coins that you buy, $10 goes to VRChat, for example, right? But they didn't do that. I'm not sure why. I'm also not really surprised because, to be honest, VRChat doesn't really have very... well, it has like quite a lot of smart people working for it, but I guess like they have no fucking clue about marketing, because the game has been like free for years, right? Obviously. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, like, I think that it's bad, And I am personally not gonna put up any avatars on VRChat because it literally devalues my content, so I'm not gonna be doing that. That's about it. Or if I do it, I actually had an idea on this. I just don't know how VRChat is gonna react to this. So what I might do is I'm gonna put avatars on VRChat for like literally obnoxiously high amount of like money, right? So I still, like, even if somebody buys it, I get like my cut. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually include the links to the original Booth and Gumroad page. So it's just a good way to advertise your models. Unless like VRChat disallows that, I will do that. I mean, if they really care about their community in first place, they would allow that. Because that's a good way to advertise your creators and give them like space to make your game better. Because let's be honest, like why VRChat still stands is because of creators that are creating models for the game, right? That people are buying and then obviously like playing with them and whatnot. But if VRChat is gonna shut them down, obviously they're shooting themselves in the foot, right? So let's see. We will see. It has to still come out. Think of a better way for them to actually make a profit with the game. I mean, the thing is, VRChat was making a shit ton of money. Just so you know. And its player base was only like third of it of what it is right now. They were already making a lot of money. The problem is their devs didn't think through for future, and instead of like actually working on making the game better, they were just taking flights to Japan like 3 times a year just for fun. So like, yeah, like their main dev was like straight up taking company money to just like have flights to Japan for no fucking reason. So yeah. That's just a short-sightedness of like people, right? They don't look in the future, like how can they make this product better, right? I didn't know that. Yeah, that was happening back in like 2020. There was like a whole meme about this, how VR Pill, I think, is the guy. There's a whole memes about this in VRChat community, how he used to take trips to Japan twice a year. But how were they getting many free to play? They were being so HTC Vive was investing a lot of money in them. And I don't think it was, yeah, it was mostly HTC Vive, I'm pretty sure. They were getting like a lot of grants basically from like various things. And it was mostly to advertise VR headsets. That was like the golden time if you were like creator at VRChat. Especially if you're like American-based creator, because all this VR, well, it was mostly HTC Vive, but they would like reach out to you. Like, and other than money, they would also like give you like their newest VR headsets and shit like that, just so you could play with it and advertise it. VRChat was like main selling point basically. It still is if you think about it. Like VR headsets, the main selling point is VRChat. Like, think about it, like people like HTC Vive releases trackers, right? Who do you think buys those trackers? Because average users don't fucking buy it. If anyone buys trackers, it's always VRChat users. Or at least like 99% of it. Yeah, out of people that are buying Vive trackers, What's the percentage playing VRChat? I don't know if Grok is gonna have the answer for that, but let's see. There is no data. It says like 80% of Vive Tracker buyers are likely using them for VRChat, but this varies by region and user demographic. I think it's like way higher than that, to be honest. Mocha Movie people, maybe. Yeah, that's a maybe. That's a big maybe. So, yeah, like VRChat is their main economy, basically. VRChat is the only place that you can effectively use your VR headset, basically, and fully immerse yourself in a social game, right? Natsume Reiko, hey. Wait, isn't Natsume Reiko the purple fox? No, you're not. Okay, never mind. You're not the... Oh yeah, you are the Russian streamer. Wait. You are the purple fox. Am I wrong? No, you don't. Wait. Did you not used to stream with a model? Yeah, you still stream with a model. But I could swear you used to stream with a purple model, dude. Yeah. I still remember these streams. I used to watch this actually back like during Genshin Impact. Not a lot, but like I would always see their streams. Right. Yo, what up? Hi, can you help? Cancel her. I'm drawing a logo, doing line art of a picture. The nose looks horrible. I need help. So are you tracing a picture and the nose looks bad? I don't know how to help it because I don't draw. I don't draw. I don't do that. I don't draw. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't draw. I'm not drawing. I make 3D models, dude. I'm not drawing. I'm not drawing. No. I'm texturing. This is different. Drawing and texturing are two different things. Well, they're not really that different, but like I don't know how to draw like proper proportions of like head and everything like that. I just know how to texture and 3D model that stuff. Actually, I'm lying. Maybe if I were to draw, I would not be like too terrible on drawing, but yeah, I don't know. When like a nose should look like this from the side? It really depends, dude. I'm practicing drawing very good. I also, guys, want to show you this stuff. It's early in the stream, but I'll show it anyways. The person is probably not watching stream, but I'll show it anyways. Dude, look how cute this is, dude. Holy shit. Look at it. Look how cute this shit is, dude. Holy shit. That's insane. That is insane. It's so cute. Good shit. Yeah, Tak-chan from our Discord. They drew this for me. This is so fucking cute. It's insane. I did retweet it, by the way, so if you want to go and give it a like and give the artist like a little bit of boost, that would be awesome. I realize so much, but I'm so black-pilled about it. I feel like it's never going to be mainstream. VRChat is not going to be mainstream. Well, of course it's not going to be mainstream, but like, does it have to be mainstream for you to play it? I feel like if you're like you have to think about it this way. I used to play VRChat back in like 20, like actively. Like 2018, 2019, maybe up till 2020. Let me see how many hours I have on VRChat. VRChat. I have 4,200 hours on VRChat. 4,200 hours. To be honest, looking at this, I'm a little bit scared. Because I didn't know I have this many hours on this goddamn fucking game. But that being said, I will say this, that VRChat is probably the best socializing, like social game / app. It's a very good social app. I will say that much. Yeah, that's how I found my wife, exactly. Another thing about VRChat is that while there are some bad things about VRChat, like, that's perfectly fine. There's always bad things about stuff. And yeah, here you can see how VRChat is doing. This is like when I used to play. By the way, these spikes are on New Year's. Every time on New Year, people just get on VRChat. It's a funny thing. But anyways, like, I used to play during the days where like there were like 8,000, 9,000, and 10,000, like this much. And since then, the average amount went up to 56,000. Like, yeah, like it's gonna go down a little bit, but it's gonna go up again during New Year's. Like 55, 50,000. Let's say 50,000. It almost like increased like 3 times. Almost 3 times it increased. So to think that like VRChat is gonna go down or something, no, it's not. VTubing is a thing. People are still creating content like this until there is a potential to create content in VRChat. People will be playing VRChat. And another thing is, like, again, it's a social app that there is nothing even close to this. Like, there were attempts of like other games trying to do similar shit, but honestly, they always lack some sort of like, I don't know, like maybe freedom, maybe like something else. They always lack something like that. Like, isn't there like a Miko verse or some shit like that the Miko is trying to scam people with? Here, Miko verse, like 1,000 people. And she's supposed to be like a very popular VTuber, right? Or whatever the fuck. Like 1,000 people. But this is follower history. Like, it's not even like player base. It's just the follower history. Yeah. Making a VRChat, but I had absolutely disastrous week full of IRL problems, no time for energy for socializing. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, when I started playing it, right? For example, back in like 2018, honestly, the only reason why I started doing it because I just wanted to socialize with people. Because I was locked up at my home, right? All I was doing was just grinding WoW, right? And like doing some money on WoW, right? Or making some money on WoW by doing challenge mode and shit. I was just cooked up at my home, right? Every day I would get up at 6 or 7 o'clock. We would work till like 3 p.m., 4 p.m., sometimes even like 6 p.m., depending on like whether we had whatchamacallit, like things to do or not. And it was just that. And I really got bored. And I got in VRChat only because I was like, well, it just came out, obviously, in 2018, right? And I got into it because I thought it was like a funny idea that you have a game where you can have anime characters in it, right? I was like, that's pretty fun, right? The whole idea of like anime characters and shit like that. So I got on. Obviously, I saw like a bunch of anime characters. I thought it was awesome, right? But then there was like another element to the game, which was socializing, right? And at first, to be honest, I was not really socializing a lot on VRChat. What I was doing is I was just going around with soundboard, and I would just play some music and some shit like that on VRChat. That's it. I would literally be just doing that. But then at some point, like, I don't know, I was like, huh. And I just started like talking with people, right? Like here and there. But then I also started streaming because I more so got into like setting up models for VRChat. And I already had like ideas of like starting streaming. And I used to stream like World of Warcraft for like literally 2-3 viewers at the time. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna stream some VRChat. And I remember like first stream that I had like 40 viewers, and I was like, holy shit, dude, there's 40 viewers watching my dumbass sit in Blender and be absolutely fucking and have absolutely no fucking idea what I'm doing. That's crazy. Because that's exactly what it was. I'm gonna make it. Parza Worlds will be yeah. There were like so many similar stuff, and like the problem is like it's always like the VRChat aunties, right? They're always like, oh, like I really want a VRChat good because they have like some sort of like personal hatred towards VRChat because something negative happened to them, and now they just wanted to like burn, you know, and crash. I think that's a dumb mindset. Now, I've criticized VRChat many times in the past as well, but I've never wanted it to fail. Because it's literally against my interest, right? VRChat to fail is literally against my interest because that means that I'm gonna be out of job, right? So it's in my best interest for VRChat to do better. So even if I have some sort of criticism towards VRChat, it's always because I want it to be better. Did you eat, Dash? Get with the model. Do you think it's important to have a unique VTuber model from the start? Do you suggest just to try to stream with a generic one so you can afford a good one? I think it's better to stream with a PNG than just a generic VTuber model. No, the problem is this. Look. The problem with that I have is this. I think like whenever you're trying to build a brand, right? And be you like you do need to be unique, whether you want it or not. Cause like if you go in like via like a stream like I don't know, if you go on Twitch right now, right? And if you go in like VTuber category, there's a bunch of these like VTubers that are just copy paste of like that one base that everyone uses, right? And while they are getting like 50, 70 viewers, right? Like that's their top basically. They're not gonna go above that. And the only reason why they have that many viewers is because they're probably posting some porn on their Twitter, right? So they post like some porn of their model on Twitter with like ass or tits out. So they get those like 40, 50, like 60 viewers, right? And they're not even really sitting there to like for any actual content. It's like going to like a like Sasha Gray's like Twitch, but I mean she's kind of funny, I guess. Also, she has like a whole like it's like when there's like OnlyFans girls and they're streaming. Like, do you really go there because you think their content is interesting? No, it's probably because you've seen their pussy or tits, right? That's only the only reason why you're doing that. So you're like, huh? I've seen this girl's pussy. Now I can see her play games, right? And I'm not even watching the game. So it's like, it's that. If in order to be like actually unique in the scene, or I think that you should focus on being unique in the scene, right? It doesn't have to be like a ton of uniqueness. I'm not saying like be different than others. No, if anything, like look what other VTubers are doing that works for them and do the same thing. But as far as your design goes, it still has to be something that's memorable. So in my opinion, instead of doing like a 2D live VTuber that is just a like some generic one, I genuinely think it's better to start with a PNG tuber, because at least that way people will see you like upgrade over time, and there's gonna be like some sort of like progress, and people do like progress, you know. People do like you growing and becoming better, especially like if you are somebody that they want to cheer for, right? I feel like if people want to cheer for you, they will be excited every time you get an upgrade, right? When you go from like PNG to actual 2D VTubing, right? And then maybe like when you go from 2D live VTubing to even 3D, right? There's always like hype for that, and people like that shit, right? So I think like doing it that way is better. I genuinely do think so. Affordable PNG tuber, affordable custom. No. Like, this is what Philip did, right? Philip bought the their own booth. There is like this customizable 2D live VTuber, and it's like, oh, you can customize this for what you want, right? But the problem is, like, unless your voice is super unique to the point where like people can get who you are, no matter what you're using, right? I feel like it doesn't matter. I feel like it's better that people associate you with a certain image and a certain representation of you, rather than like just your channel or just your name, basically, right? Because that's way harder. People associate you with an image way easier than with a name or your voice. I don't mean like those build AB. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You're yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. My bad. Yes. It's exactly what I was saying. Yes. Like your own PNG tuber. Like it can be anything. Basically, it doesn't matter. 3 days without a furry master. Yeah, my bad. I wanted to stream yesterday, but like my sleep has been very bad. It's not even that I sleep at bedtimes, it's just that like the quality of my sleep has gotten worse. And I just cannot get good rest for now. I was able to sleep relatively good tonight. So that's why I feel actually more energetic as well. Like for example, last week, especially towards Sunday and Saturday, I was so fucking drained, it's insane. I had no motivation to do anything at all. I was just pushing myself to just like stream the bare minimum just so I don't skip a day. And yeah, like obviously that's bad, right? But yeah, I'm gonna be trying to fix that. Or at least like get a better quality. I think it's funny because like I stopped drinking magnesium and my sleep got worse. Drink your magnesium, guys. It's good for your sleep. Actually good for your sleep. Because when I was sleeping magnesium every day, like when I would go to bed, I would literally be sleeping in like within like a minute, basically. I also have like a method of sleeping, which is like I just start counting. And like I barely get to 100 and I already sleep. So yep. Do you need a specific version of Unity for VRChat models? Yes. I'm the customer, I want to start VTubing. Should I start making my own model or get someone else to make it? What do you mean? If you're a 3D modeler yourself, can you not make your own model? Hello? I don't understand that. What? I mean, I'm a 3D modeler. I made my own model. What do you mean? What the fuck? Oh boy. Alright. I actually do want to upgrade Drakatsuki at some point. It's been a while, but yeah, I'll need to get like an artist first, basically. It's a final countdown. Do you know anyone who does original character designs? There's plenty of artists that do that. It's just the ones that I like personally, they're busy doing their own shit. The only way I can do anything is if I do an art trade with them. It's actually Yenko. It's not like it's like a secret for me, but even this design that I have right now of my character, this was a design done by Yenkos, basically. I really like Yenko is probably like one of my favorite artists, basically. She's not very well, she's like relatively well known, but like she's not huge. Also, like Her personality is great. She's just like a good overall artist. She's not like too egotistic. She's not Western. Yeah, she's not American. That's the best part about her. Yeah. Yeah, she's great. I really like Yankos. And, well, yeah, getting stuff done from her is not that easy, right? The only way I was able to even, like, get this art was that I did, like, art trade with her. That's it. No American hate. Hey, I'm sorry. It's not my fault, dude, alright? It's, if anything, it's your guys' fault. You didn't, you were too busy with this, what is it called, Dash? It's, something suicide. What is it called? Yeah, you were too busy with your suicidal empathy. And instead of like taking care of your culture and not let it get taken over by crazy people, right? And Karens, you were just sitting there taking it in because you thought that it's morally better to like pat these people on the back and not upset them because you don't want to upset anyone, right? Because you're not a piece of shit, right? And this is what's happening, you know? Nobody likes Western, whatchamacallit, not artists, okay, people still like Western artists, but nobody likes Western voice actors anymore. People are absolutely done with English voice acting in video games, right? They don't want to hear it. They don't want to listen to it. Western, there's literally new drama with Western VTubers every fucking week. And all because there is this idea that they need to insert politics into literally every space that they are in, right? So, I mean, it's not my fault. You didn't keep the freaks in check, and now freaks are everywhere. That's all there is. It's extra funny to me because every time you ask a VTuber, they always will tell you something like this, how they're trying to like separate themselves from the VTuber, right? So they're not the same person, they're not the same personality. But then like almost every VTuber is inserting like some sort of politics into their like VTubing life, right? I mean, they're inserting cancel culture in this shit. They're inserting like high school drama in this shit. They're inserting all. Like, who do you think started doing that? Japanese VTubers didn't do that. Hololive didn't do that. Even though Hololive are Western in a way, but they didn't do that. You know who started doing that? Western indie VTubers. Because these dumb bitches, and not everyone, sorry, I will correct myself. I do not think that it's everyone. When I say like Western VTubers in this context, I don't mean every single Western VTubers. I'm just talking about like a small, like few VTubers that are unfortunately the most heard, basically, right? You usually hear the most about them. But these bitches, they barely finished their high school, right? Not even barely. Like, they just finished their high school, right? And the first actual job that they got was doing VTubing. And since these people do not have any actual social experience, they came into VTubing with the same fucking mindset that they had in high school. That's why you hear like these dumbass fucking dramas every other fucking day. And when you look at them, you're like, huh, why is this so stupid? It's fucking stupid because it's the same shitty ass fucking high school drama that you already fucking heard and saw when you were in high school yourself. That's all there is. And mind you, I was actually a big supporter of indie VTubers as a whole, like no matter what. I was always saying that corpo VTubing is bad. Corpo VTubing is bad because like corpo like companies do not care about individuals, they only care about like income basically, right?
There's nothing bad with that, honestly. It's like you're just employed and you're doing what you're told. If you're able to do it properly, you get paid good, right? It's not anything crazy if you think about it, right? It's a fair deal. And if you don't like it, then don't do it, right? I mean, even for HoloLive, right? It's not like the people that sacrificed their indie VTuber careers and they went for HoloLive. It's not like they would be doing any better if they were indies, right? No, HoloLive does provide you like a huge platform, and no matter who you are, you're like 99% guaranteed that you're gonna be successful no matter what. That's what HoloLive is good at, right? Alright, anyways. Well, yeah, I'm really not a big fan of any of that shit, to be honest. Like, Western VTubers are literally just speedrunning at this point, being replaced by AI VTubers. I swear to fucking God. I mean, they already sort of are, to be honest. They don't even know about it. Karen's branches. They text VTubers as idols, so they're managed and chose what you're going to do or not. Yeah, I don't like. But what's the problem with that? Like, do you personally see any problem with that? I don't. Like, it's a job. Like, at the end of the day, it's a job, right? And if you do not like it, you can always just not go for it. But people go for it because there is benefit to it. I mean, one of the very known artists, for example, they quit their personal career only to join HoloLive. And she was very well known in the VTuber community. Very well known. But she quit it and went for HoloLive. Why do you think she did that? Because it's way more beneficial to her than continue doing her art, basically. Or at least she thought that way, right? So, to say that like HoloLive does nothing and it's just VTubers is obviously like stupid, right? No, HoloLive provides like a shit ton of stuff for VTubers. At least it provides a platform that basically it's impossible to fail in. Like, it's impossible to fail as a VTuber if you're part of HoloLive. Let's be fucking honest. Like, all you have to do is just stream and just talk. Imagine next VTuber debut. I mean, dude, there is Neurosama already. Like, this is something... I was actually talking about this the other day because I played some Expedition 33 and like, it kind of has like... I'm not gonna spoil it if you haven't played it. But there are some themes, right? And I basically compared to basically how people are so much against AI art, which, fair. I think that, like, obviously you should not even call AI art, right? And I already made my, how do I say this? I already made my stance on it. I said that like AI art basically, essentially, is just a good way for references. But it's definitely not a way for you to like generate things and then sell it, right? It's like obviously not okay, right? I'm just saying that as far as referencing goes, right? Like, let's say you want like some reference for jacket or some shoes or whatever, right? Now, obviously AI is not going to be able to like, at least like right now, but maybe in the future it will. It's not going to be able to give you like a good accurate way of doing something, right? But it's good enough for a reference, right? Like when you look at it, you'll be like, okay, I like this and this and this, so I'm gonna change some stuff about it, and I'm gonna draw it in my own way, basically, right? And that's fine, right? I feel like it's okay to do that, as long as you're not copying like straight up one-to-one when it comes to specifically 2D digital art, right? But to me, it's very weird that people are basically like blanket against any sort of AI, are also okay with AI VTubers, for example. Like, why would you do that? Like, why would you be against one AI type of thing, but then for another AI thing? And I was thinking, like, why that's the case. And hear me out, this is very interesting. Because these people's thoughts and their ideas have a lot more to do with some sort of like human empathy, basically, right? So think about it. They don't like AI generated art. Why? Because it's obviously like it takes away from the actual artists, right? From people, right? But then AI VTuber, they don't see it as a robot, basically. They see it as a human being as well. They cannot distinguish between AI and a real person, right? So it's the same like this like humanitarian thing that they apply to this, right? Because they see a robot as a real person, right? It's like this dilemma basically that has been like talked about in like many different games and shit like that, right? Where like, is artificial intelligence like a real human being, and should you have same empathy towards it, right? And I bet you these same people that are against like AI art and other stuff like this nowadays, which again, I think it's perfectly fair, will be fully for stuff like AI intelligence and AI VTubers and shit like that, because they will view them as like real people, basically. Mark my words, it's gonna happen. I mean, it's already sort of happening already, but it's not happening at en masse, basically, right? But Neurosama is a good example of that. Like, people are genuinely feeling some sort of they already have like some sort of feelings towards Neurosama, right? To me, it's just another robot, basically, like nothing else. Like, I don't feel anything towards Neurosama, to be honest, right? It's just a code. It's just something that generates voice and whatnot. So yeah, I don't know what to blame it. It's human stupidity or whatever it is, but yeah, I don't know. Neurosama is a good project. You know what it is? It's an amazing technology. It's an amazing technology, is what Neurosama is. But to view that project as a something, how do I say this? Like on a personal level, right? Like, that's insane to me. That's absolutely fucking insane to me. To treat that as a real thing is insane to me. Like, you're actually insane if you're treating that as a real person. Like, props to the guy that actually made that thing happen, right? But yeah. Pandora's box has been opened. AI isn't going to go anywhere and will only get better. Yeah. I mean, look, there's always like some moral aspect to everything, right? Like, for example, if there wasn't, people would be just photoshopping their old work, recoloring their things, right? And they would be selling it like that, right? But that's not what art is, right? And every artist knows that. Every artist, like, you see, like, sometimes people come to me and tell me, like, Shonzo, why do you make heads every time from scratch, for example, right? Why not just, for example, just reuse your old heads basically to make new models? Or like when people come to me and tell me like, oh, like I make models with Vroid, right? And you're not making anything basically, right? And the part of it is that, part of it is art. To me, like making these models like from scratch and doing it this way, right? It makes me feel like I'm like putting like some sort of soul in these models, right? By actually doing them from scratch, right? And every time I do a new head, every time I do a new face, every time I do a texturing from the start, I want to believe that I'm putting something unique into it, basically, right? Whether it's an improvement or an error, it doesn't matter, right? At the end of the day, it's made by a human, and that's what's amazing. I think I was listening to something that they said this. They said like whenever like AI does art, and when you look at it, you don't think like, oh wow, this is amazing. You see, oh okay. And that's it. You're not really amazed that the robot did this because it's like, yeah, it's just given. Like, of course it did this. But when a human does something like that, it's amazing because you're like, holy shit, this human was able to do something like this, right? And unless like that particular feeling is gonna be devalued, right? Unless, yeah, like it's gonna be fine. But when that feeling gets devalued, yeah, then we're gonna have a problem. But at that point, like, if humanity is not gonna have any art at all, like, is there gonna be even humanity at that point? There's already been real artists accused of using AI. No, I understand. I mean, like, I know that there were some false accusations as well by like certain groups that are feeling like they're righteous enough to make those accusations. It's insane. This is another thing, like, you know what this sounds like? And I've heard these stories where like people get like false accused of using AI. Witch hunt. Like literally fucking witch hunt. And it's insane to me that the same people that are going around and doing this, and like usually it's like some like lefties, let's be fucking honest, like most people going around, like people that have a lot of time on the internet to go around and like virtue signal left and right, are obviously like some left-leaning people, right? Usually. I'm not saying it's always that way, but usually, right? But when a lefty is going around and accusing other people of using, false accusing, literally like doing some witch hunt, that's insane. That is insane. They're never really artists that are doing the accusations, or they're really bad. Yes, usually these people that are making accusations are very bad themselves. And the reason why they're doing accusations is because they're failed artists themselves. And instead of sitting and trying to get better at something, they go around and shit on others because that's the only way they can feel good about themselves. That's literally the only way they can feel good about themselves, by shitting on others. Why do you think drama VTubers exist? Because they're dog shit at everything. Drama VTubers are literally just dog shit at everything. They're bad at games. They're bad at talking with people. They're bad at entertaining. So the only thing that they can do is put other people down in order to make themselves go up. That's it. The problem is like I already knew the world was an unfair place, right? But I didn't know it was this fucking unfair. That's what pisses me off. Cause I already like I think like it was like age of 12 or 13 where I understood that the world is just unfair and you can't do anything about it. And I was honestly I was better back then. Like that understanding that world is unfair and that's just the way it is gives you like a certain freedom, right? You no longer like see faults at your surrounding, right? You're just going what you have, right? You're like, yeah, this is the deck that I've been dealt, so I'm just gonna play with it, right? Whatever it is. I can't reshuffle these cards anyways, right? So I might as well play the way it is, right? But this new age, I don't know, new age of internet, like has really fucking pissed me off. Because the amount of unfairness happening on the internet is insane. Not only that, it's also so fucking illogical too. It's also so fucking illogical. Come here, Pop Pop. The 3D AI models now? Wait, who? One of the jobs that can be faked with AI is 3D models. So no one is gonna accuse 3D artists for that. I mean, you're saying that, but there's something like Vroid and people make Vroid models and then they say like, well, I made this. So the question is like, which one is bad? Which one is worse, I guess? Is it worse to take existing model, change it, and then say that you made it, or take an AI model, change it, and then say that you made it? Which one is worse? Also, you're saying like AI 3D models, but that's like such a new notion, and he is not even practiced really well yet. Maybe it will start happening eventually, but it's not practiced yet. Because to make an AI model is not simple. Like, it's probably gonna need like good rigging. Its topology is not gonna be great. You don't know the type of texturing it's gonna be done on it. You still need to animate it for it to talk properly and whatnot. It's probably gonna have a lot of errors. It's not as simple to make a AI 3D model like you're saying. Also, there is no need for it. That's another problem. Like, there is no need, not high enough need to make AI 3D models, basically. Specifically VTuber models is what I mean. Obviously, there are some like, I mean, there are tools basically that essentially allow you to like scan 3D objects and then it literally just makes those objects on its own, basically. Like, you can take a picture of an object from multiple angles and there are softwares that will generate a 3D model of it, basically. It's not anything crazy, right? Like, iPhone did that years ago, right? I do wonder, were people pissed back when iPhone announced that whole thing with you could just scan things and I feel like most people were just happy about it. If anything, they were like, oh hell yeah, now I can make props effortlessly. I can't remember what the dang name, but there is one that can create 3D models and will rig it. I do not know, to be honest. I always say this, I'm gonna say it again. Even if there are tools like that, who do you think is gonna lose their job in first place? Me, for example, or somebody who is dog shit at 3D modeling? Because I'm gonna tell you right away, it's probably somebody who is dog shit at 3D modeling. Because if somebody's dog shit at 3D modeling, how can they know if it's a good 3D model or not? Because AI doesn't know that. AI only does what you tell it good is. But if you're bad at something, how does it know what is good? Does that make sense? That same sort of with digital art. That's what I'm saying. Like AI cannot exist with humans. Because the problem, not the problem, but the thing with art is that AI doesn't know what good is. Like it doesn't have that concept of good. Because what you find appealing is what you find appealing, right? And if AI is doing something, it's because you told it to do it. So it's not like AI can exist on its own without like a human being behind of it, right? It's impossible. Because again, AI doesn't know what good is. It still needs a human input for that. Artistic AI prompter. No, that's a bad take actually. Like if somebody has the money to get AI model, she probably has the money for a real model as well. I feel like that's a bad take because not that it's a bad take, it's just inaccurate take. I'll just say it like that. And I'll explain you why. There are people that have a lot of money but they still get Vroid models, for example. So it's not about like whether they have money or not. It's not about that. Like to me, for example, right? Like saying AI model or saying Vroid model is the same shit. It really is. Like I don't see any difference because in both cases you have human beings that are taking the work of somebody else and saying I did this and that's it. It's no different to me. Also, it's way harder to like people say this like, oh, like if you're supporting digital art AI like as a 3D modeler, that's dumb. And I'm like, well, it's not the same thing. In order for you to feed AI a data about a 3D model, they have to have a 3D model itself. It's not like they can get it from like just by copying from the internet, right? And the models that I make, it's not like I just give them out and they're in easy download. You have to buy it. So like it's not the same thing. Saying I customized is better? Yeah, of course. I mean, it's better for you to get to a point where you can say that you made it, obviously, right? I mean, why the fuck are you doing art to begin with then, right? That's another problem I feel like. We were talking about this a little bit last stream, especially when it comes to like game dev stuff, right? I was trying to say that like why games have become more shit, especially like from Western studios, is because they just have people working for them that are not inspired and they're not oriented at art. They're just more oriented in money. And that's the same mentality that I see sometimes whenever people come to my stream, for example, and they say shit like, I want to make my own VTuber model. Do you have a tutorial? So this person is not aimed at art. They just want to make something, or like for just quick buck or whatever it is, right? And that's different, right? You can't have people that are only oriented at like result-based orientation. Like you have to be first and foremost oriented on art and the process itself, right? If your only focus is at end product, you will never succeed. Because you are actually missing the very important part of creating things. It's the process. You cannot ignore the process. Process is the most important thing. And if you're going from process straight up to result, you will always fail. You will always fucking fail. Or you will never succeed, rather. A better way of saying it. It's not that you will fail, you will never succeed. I love this yapping. I'm a master yapper. You say that and you make me self-conscious about whether what I'm saying is dumb or not now. I mean, I don't think it's dumb either way, so. I know that I'm yapping. Just like my cat. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, I feel like that's the big problem with like Western studios that are making games. They just have a bunch of people that are very, like, they're not doing it for the sake of creating games. They're only doing it for the sake of like money or whatever the fuck it is, right? And the question is like, do you really want a bunch of artists that are working for you and they're just not inspired? Another thing is like, some people say like, well, they're not getting paid good, right? Do you think for an artist, it's more important to get paid good? Or it's the ability for them to create? I feel like it's the ability for them to create. Because most well-known artists were fucking poor. They died poor. But their art pieces right now are fucking priceless. Never ever said I want to make this specific thing. I always say that I don't care what I work on as long as I can do something within my discipline that challenges me. That's not a bad mindset. I mean, that's another reason why you see absolute bangers coming out from indie developers in recent years, right? Because it's people that are working for absolutely nothing and they're only working because of the idea, right? Everything else is just like a big studio, slot basically, right? They're just copy pasting game ideas because, and they are just like slapping their own brand on it, and that's it, right? I mean, look at Bethesda, not Bethesda. Sorry. Bungie with Marathon. Did you see that shit with Marathon? So they did not risk with coming up like a new idea and a new concept for a game, and instead they went for another extraction game, right? Just slapped a Bungie name on it. But not only that, it's evident that the people that are working for them are so fucking uninspired. You know why? Because the artists that are working for them were literally stealing their stuff from other people. Isn't that insane? Isn't this the proof that people that are working for these companies are not fucking artists? And they're not working for the company because they want to create? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think game industry is in a bad place, to be honest, because it always has been like this. It's just, it probably is gonna go through like some change where you will have more and more smaller studios making good games because they're actual passion projects, right? I mean, also like creating games nowadays is like way fucking easier. Let's be fucking honest, right? Like in general, creating games has become like way easier. Cardinals is just dead outside of the indie game sphere. It's basically let's reskin this thing that being mainstream for the past 15 years. Well, not 15 years, but I don't know who was saying this, but basically in like you have to think about it this way. My wife was telling me this the other day. I think she also was like listening to somebody, but it makes sense. Like imagine you're a big studio, right? And like there's a lot of money involved with you creating things, right? Here's a big problem. You can't take risks anymore. Because if you take a risk and you make a game and it's not popular, right? You're losing money, right? So then what's the best way of making money as a big studio? Well, you just risk in other game designs and other game ideas, right? Because it's safer that way. Right? It's safer to go for what worked already before, right? That's why somebody like Bungie went for Marathon, for example, right? Because extraction shooters are sort of safe thing to do, right? It's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of like battle royale, but not a lot of people like battle royale necessarily. But extraction means that like you don't really even have to fight anyone. You just can collect stuff and just get out, right? It's like a lot more like forgiving for like an average player, right? You don't have to blame on other people being better necessarily. You can just blame it on yourself that like you didn't extract like fast enough, so it was your fault, right? Or whatever. And Bungie makes a shitty ass game like that, right? Uninspired, shitty design, like all characters are androgynous. They're like not attractive at all, and they expect people to play it. I don't know. Go, Reggie. The graveyard of any industry is filled with the headstones of companies who decided to keep doing things the same old way, playing only on the margin, making things just a little bit better. The strategy works for a while, but ultimately it's fatal. Over the years, our industry has come to accept progress simply by what's on the screen. Yeah, I don't know. Reggie's Nintendo, right? I mean, to be honest, like, Nintendo shouldn't be saying shit like, I mean, Nintendo's CEO should not be saying shit like that. But, I mean, I guess they are doing some innovation, right, from time to time, so I cannot say that, like, that's untruthful, right? While they are also, like, creating same things, but just tiny bit better, they are also creating new stuff as well, right? So that's fine. Nintendo today is very different. You know what Nintendo did, dude? Nintendo did something very fatal for a lot of these big companies. And you know what it did? By introducing the $80 price. That is just so bad. Because a lot of the big studios now are falling for that shit. And also introducing the $80 price. And they are failing. Their games are failing. They're just not getting the sales. It's insane. It's insane, dude. Nintendo literally fucked everyone. But I feel like at the same time, it's a smart move. Because what they did is like, they're not selling... Nintendo 2 is not on sale yet, right? When is Nintendo sale coming to sale? Or Switch 2? Switch 2 release date. June. So like 2 weeks. Maybe they announced it this early because they knew other like game studios will start announcing their games with $80 mark as well. So they're not necessarily the first people to do this, right? By the time Switch 2 comes out, couple studios already have done like $80 games. So now them making their games $80 is gonna be justified basically in the consumer eyes. I mean, let's be honest, Nintendo fanboys are sort of fucking retarded anyways. A little bit. I mean, I like Nintendo. I have 2 Switches, by the way. Yeah, by the way, I have 2 Switches. One for my wife, one for myself, right? And the funny thing is the first Switch was a gift. The second Switch I bought myself. So I'm a little bit retarded as well, as you can see. Did you see the Silver Palace trailer? Oh yeah, I'm gonna play that game when it comes out. I'll probably play it on stream as well because it's just fun. I would like to play that on stream. Seems like a fun game. Because there was the wife who deleted her husband's hours progress in Animal Crossing just for her to play it without asking him. The only... I say this every time. I really like whenever Nintendo fanboys are defending Pokemon on Switch. You know how like every time new Pokemon comes out, it always has 2 versions, and the only difference is that like they have 2 like different Pokemons on it. The first thing that I asked when I like heard about that, I was like, why not have them both in the same game though? And the person, one of the Nintendo fanboys, told me, well, so you can trade with others. I'm like, well, you don't have to trade if you just have all of those Pokemons in the same game, right? Like you don't need to split them up. So yeah, like Nintendo like splitting up Pokemon in 2 different games every time a new Pokemon game comes out, that is an absolute fucking scam. But hey, people are still buying it, right? Still funny though. Nintendo slope. Wait, can somebody... Okay, never mind. I was gonna ask, can somebody explain what Vtuber is, but... I guess it's like a VTuber that's covering news. I think Hamas, I mean, Hassan calls them that. This buy on stream, do you mean on Twitch or on Discord again? Probably on like Twitch. We'll see. I don't know, honestly. Even if I were to play it, it would probably be like late night streams, right? So I would still stream my normal time, and then I would go and stream like me playing the game in the evening. Consumers see overpriced shit. Consumers understand it's bad, and if they buy it, companies will continue and even increase the price. Consumers still buy. I actually think that tendency is changing, to be honest. I feel like there was a breaking point, and Switch did that. I feel like Nintendo did it with Switch 2 and Switch's games. And I actually really hate whenever people say, well, you know, like $60 back then is like $80 right now, so it's justified. The problem is like making games is cheaper as well. It is. Making games is way fucking cheaper nowadays. Especially like since it's very clear that a lot of these companies are using like ready assets, right? Bro, back in the days you literally had to like write your own engine from scratch, right? You had to make your own engine, like your own game, coding, all that shit. Nowadays, all of that stuff is way more fucking efficient, right? Especially with things like even Unity for that matter. Like Unity and Unreal 5, like that shit is so much more simple nowadays, right? So to say that like, oh, like making games got more expensive, that's dumb. It's very dumb. The only reason why it might have gotten more expensive is because a lot of these studios are just overemployed. They have way too many people working for them, more than they need. Because the quality of workers also went down, right? Because one senior can do a work of like at least like 20 whatchamacallit, like what's the other word? There's senior and then there's like minor. No, it's not minor. There's senior and then there's shit. I don't know what the other junior. Yeah, like one senior can do a work of like 30 juniors basically, right? Because the quality of juniors is also dog shit. It's like inefficient. It's like government, you know? The bigger the government, the bigger the country, it's always gonna be way more inefficient, right? Than smaller countries and smaller governments, right? It's same thing with a company like that too. When you have a big company, especially with the mindset that a lot of people have with like, oh, if you're a job, you have to do your minimal amount of work and blah, blah, blah and bullshit like that, right? Like if you're working like 9-to-5 job, like this is one thing that I wonder. And I bet you that's actually true. I feel like for most 9-to-5 jobs, if you are a junior, like most of them are probably only doing like 2-3 hours of work a day. Not even. But then there's always that one guy who is gonna become like a future senior, right? Who is probably just doing like fucking 10, 12 hours of work a day, just sitting there and just going crazy at it, you know? Oh boy, I fucked up. It's like Arucard. Where's Arucard? Arucard is my main example for that. He works for a company. He basically does a job of like 5 people, 10 people even. And you always have situations like that happening in like even studios like that, I bet. You always have that one guy that does the most amount of fucking work. He's probably underpaid too. It's right though, he probably has a bright future. He's actually gonna become a senior because somebody's probably gonna see him, right? Hopefully. For sure, for sure. juniors are getting worse, at least in coding. That I do not know, to be honest. That's like a thing that I genuinely do not know how coding has gotten with the AI. Because from one angle, I feel like we back? We back, right? Alright, awesome. What I was gonna say is like, one thing that I don't know about coding is I feel if you're a shit coder, right? AI is not gonna do anything for you. And I feel like it's same in amongst like IT workers as well, right? The thing with like IT workers, I guess like I cannot use IT workers, I guess like that's the like, or like what do you call them? Okay, IT workers, sure. The thing with IT workers is I feel like it's sort of the same thing in IT as it is in like game dev industry, where or in any industry for that matter, actually art industry even, right? Where while AI is a thing for sure, the thing is it's the AI is only gonna benefit the people that are very good at coding. Like it's not gonna benefit people that are shit. Because the thing is, if you're shit at coding, how are you gonna know if the code that the AI gave you is good or not, right? Like how are you gonna know that? So if you're good at coding, you're gonna know if this code is good or bad, right? But then I have another question, which is, I view it the same way that I like. Maybe like this analogy will be good. You know how like in Blender you have like when you're doing weight painting for bones, you have like auto mask, or not auto weight paint. And the problem with auto weight paint is that when it auto weight paint, it basically does a lot of errors as well, right? And then what you have to do is you have to go through every single bone and then see like which one is done properly, which one is not done properly, right? And at that point, I might as well just weight paint from the beginning all by myself without even using the auto weight paint, right? It's way more efficient for me. So I wonder if that's the same thing for a lot of these coders where like AI is so bad for them that they might as well just do the whole code themselves, basically. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a water. Oh boy. Can be useful depending on the time constraints. What do you mean time constraints? I mean, look, I gave you a specific example for auto weight paint widesbed, right? For my line of work, where if I do auto weight paint, what it does is gives me a lot of fucking errors, right? By errors, I mean like weight painting that is done badly. That's what I mean by errors, right? So it's easier for me to just do it all from scratch then, right? Instead of going around every single bone and seeing where did it miss auto weight paint, right? Like where did the auto paint badly? It's easier for me to just do it manually, right? So that's why I gave that example of like, because look, if you have like a long ass fucking code, right? And you still have to go and check how it is written, right? If you're a professional like coder, right? And if you have to do that, isn't it not better to might as well just write it on your own, because there is a less chance of you making mistake if you did it all the way from the scratch rather than just I mean, there might be like some code that you already have written yourself, right, that is similar, so you're just reusing some of your old code, sure, but yeah, I don't know. Ugh. Did I paint her tongue? No. Oh no. Oh, okay. Ba-beep-ba, ba-beep-ba. Oh yeah, I had to do the eye things too here. Oh, the types of talks and hearing other opinions are loudly roasted. Yo, take it, dude. It doesn't really have that. Okay, how about I do like a... Just keep it like that, I guess. Oh. Companies don't understand the trade of plus AI minus good workers. Censorship is also bad, and they never fire all the employees and even probably overwork the employees that are still in company to check the AI's work for bugs and errors, etc. Like you wouldn't have this problem if you kept the people in the first place. You don't understand one thing. You are saying that as if like it's the companies that are bringing in AI in their workplace, and that's not true, not fully true at least. AI is brought by the people themselves. Like you think like a dude that sits at home, right, and works for a company from home, like he's not using some sort of AI himself? Or do you think he's forced to use AI as he's sitting home? No. In most cases, it's voluntary. A lot of people, whenever they are sitting at home, they are doing it themselves. That's what's happening in most cases, I would say. I don't think that it's companies specifically introducing AI in workplace. It's more so people that are working for these companies that are doing it on their own, by themselves. Because I mean, look, if you're sitting at home and you can write a code using AI, do you think anyone is gonna ask you how you wrote it? No, they're not gonna care. As long as you did your job, right? And I'm not saying that everyone is doing that. I would imagine that there are some like trustworthy, like again, people that are oriented at just being good at something. There are still some people like that, right? They're very few, but there are people like that, right? And they are doing everything fair and square, sure. But I mean, ruin for others since there will be no place for someone to get experience. Well done, lazy people. Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. The problem is you have to understand it, and you have to understand like what is best for you and do that, right? Because I feel like this is like a problem that a lot of people have, and not only in coding for that matter, but in real life as well. I feel like a lot of people are going with whatever they think is the most moral thing to do, right? And I feel like it's a mistake, because we are already living in a world where people are just immoral, right? So you're saying that like, oh, you're saying that like, I don't know, maybe this is like a wrong mindset, but I always felt that way, right? I feel like in some cases, not all cases, in some cases, right? I feel like in some cases, you holding yourself back because of like some sort of arbitrary morals that you self-imposed on yourself, I think that's stupid. Because you are working in your work, like you're not working in your best interest, right? And I feel like you shouldn't do that. No matter what your line of work is, you should never do anything in your like worst interest, basically, right? Even if you think that it's like somehow immoral or somebody imposed that morality on you, right? Now, that being said, I also think that you should not do anything that harms other people, right? So it's a balance, right? It's a balance of doing something that you're not harming other people, but you're also not acting like 100% like moralistic, right? You know what I'm saying? And I feel like a lot of people have problem basically with that, where they're only acting out of like some sort of like self-imposed morals because they think that's the right thing to do, basically, when it's not. Like, it's really not. Again, if you're doing something in your worst interest, how is that like a good thing for you? Especially when you know that other people will be doing that, right? It's like, for example, there are some VTubers that are saying that like, oh, like, I'm not gonna view bot, that's immoral, I'm not gonna do that. Or even better, there used to be, and there are still some VTubers that say like, oh, I don't want to make any like lewd versions of my model or show it in any like lewd manner because like that's immoral for me or whatever the fuck, right? But the problem is, and the reality is that if you do that, you will be gaining a lot more and you're not hurting anyone, right? Necessarily. Which, by the way, a lot of them over time switch to that. There is like this one very good example that I really like. I'm not gonna say who it is, but essentially she posted on Twitter at some point saying how she feels pressured posting NSFW stuff of her model herself because she sees other people doing it and she doesn't know whether she should do it or not. Yeah, literally the next day she posts like Twitter, she literally posts like a very lewd picture of her model being fucked or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't remember what exactly it was, but she was definitely naked. So, yeah, like that's like an example of like self-imposed morals. Like thinking that like, oh, like if you're gonna post some lewds of your model, like that's somehow like bad thing to do. Like, if you're not gonna do it, somebody else is gonna do it, right? I mean, that's how world sort of operates if you think about it. I mean, look at Europe. Here, politics example. I like this example. Politics example. Look at Europe, for example, right? Europe is saying that like, oh, they're against Russia, they're fighting it, they're imposing sanctions against them. Great. All of that is great. Except at the same time, they're still buying oil for them. Like, yeah. They're still buying oil for them worth billions and billions of dollars. Here, actually, not to lie to you, let me check. Year 2024. Okay, so European Union imported approximately 22 billion worth of fossil fuels from Russia in 2024. That's just 2024, by the way. Let's do 2023. $83 billion worth of oil in 2023, by the way. 2022. $140 billion. Oh wait, it's actually in 2024. It's actually more. While exact figures for oil alone are not isolated in the sources, the total fossil fuel imports from Russia included 104 billion in crude oil and 75 billion in oil products globally, with the EU accounting for 6% of Russia's crude oil exports. Yeah. In a burning lamp. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bam. This actually, the whole thing made me think. Liberals are the true conservatives. Because they're trying to keep certain professions at life support only because they think it's like it's morally correct to do so. Liberals are the new, or leftists, I guess, are the new conservatives. That's what Germany does with like radio. Since radio is like very, like it's not very popular, they literally keep it on life support by making people pay taxes so they can support like radio stations and shit like that. Beep, 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 boop, boop, boop. All right. Hair is fine. Go do outline. XZ, what up, XZ? XD, more like. XZ, more like XD. So I'm gonna make something lewd with your character. You can do something about it, even legal stuff if you don't want your. Yeah, no, it's not about that. It was more so about the idea of, like, for example, like, if I knew, it was the VTuber themselves who did that. So let's say, like, let's call it like a VTuber. What do I call it? A VTuber called, I don't know, like Maria. Let's just call it Maria. So this VTuber called Maria posted on Twitter that she feels pressured posting NSFW content of her own model because she has some sort of dilemma basically, right? Where at one point she doesn't want to do that because it's NSFW content and she doesn't want to sexualize her own model. But on the other hand, she feels pressured because by posting stuff like that, she's gonna get more likes on Twitter and more recognition and more popularity. So her dilemma was posting NSFW stuff of her model versus not doing it for the reasons of like I said, like getting more likes and more popularity and shit like that. So what I'm saying is that behavior like that is a self-imposed, like some sort of morals. You're saying that like, oh, like posting NSFW stuff of my character is immoral because of X and Y reasons, right? So you don't do it. But you also see that by not posting it, you're missing out because all these other people are doing it. And they're getting a lot of like popularity because of it, right? So that was her problem. The problem was like, should she post it because like it's popularity, right? She's gonna get something out of it. Or should she not post it because it's sort of immoral, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's not immoral, obviously. I mean, now it's just it's a norm. People just post that all the fucking time. It's perfectly fine. Nobody cares, right? Oh, because it paints through. Cause all the sponsorship doors which harms more, lol. It's always important to know. No, what are you talking about? That's not what it is. Sponsors have like way different approach when it comes to VTubers and them like looting their models basically, especially if you can do it on an off account basically. Sponsors don't care about that. You think sponsors care about if like a certain VTuber has like a bunch of like porn fan art? No, they don't. Like, what are you talking about? It's just like I said, like back then it was like different. We're talking like, by the way, like 2-3 years ago, even 4 years ago maybe. Yeah, more so 4 years ago. Back then, like sexualizing your VTuber was still like not really that mainstream because the VTubing itself was just brand new, more or less. So it was still a new concept to sexualize your own VTuber for like potential gain, whether it's financial or like otherwise. So yeah. It's different a little bit. Back in my days. I mean, for example, for a reference, right now everything is just so oversaturated that people don't really give a shit anymore. Like, actually. Abe, whatever, dude. Bless you. Which part of 3D modeling you like? Not sure, to be honest. I like when I'm done. That's the part that I like the most. No. I like modeling more, to be honest. Like, modeling itself is way more fun for me. I like texturing as well, but okay, let's just, like, if I were to do a tier list, right? Like, for example, modeling, animating, rigging, and texturing, right? So I obviously like modeling way more than anything else, right? I would say second would be rigging. I do like rigging. I would say animating and then texturing like last. Now, that being said, it doesn't mean that I hate texturing, right? Just because it's texturing last, it doesn't mean that I hate texturing. It's that, like, in comparison, I like modeling way more and the rigging and animating more than texturing. When rigging stream, once I'm done modeling and texturing and animating. Rigging is at the very end. I like rigging because rigging is like it doesn't require like a lot of like thought process, because it's a lot more technical work than like artistic, and I do like that. For example, texturing is still a little bit hard for me because I'm not a painter, right? I'm not a digital artist. And as far as like texturing models goes, I always approach it from a very technical standpoint instead of artistic, right? I always approach it from a standpoint of like, how can I get similar effect as I have on a concept art. Is that a rigging stream? Yep. You're not a true fan, clearly. Alright. Oh my god. On the other news, oh my god, guys. Gura is gonna come back. Nobody expected that. Gura is gonna come back as a indie VTuber. Actually, I genuinely did not expect that she would like come back as a totally new VTuber. I actually thought she was gonna come back as Senzawa again. So the fact that she's coming back as a new indie VTuber is actually interesting. Saba. Same ko Saba. Probably a million. It's funny because I went to see like who is following her. Where is it? And so like followed by, and I was like, oh, let me check who else. Like almost every VTuber that I know and is following me and I'm following them is also following them. I guess crazy. Yeah. Wasn't her follower Senzawa? Maybe. I mean, makes sense if she created that account herself. Nobody else knew, so she would just follow it with her Senzawa account. You do know that like Senzawa is Gura, right? Okay. Sometimes people just act a little bit delusional as if like, yeah. I was actually thinking about, I mean, I don't know when she's gonna be doing the debut and everything, but I was actually thinking like maybe I do. I'm just not sure how good of an idea it is yet. I still don't know that, but you know how like one of my favorite, well not favorite, but one of my first VTuber models that I made was actually the Gura model, right? I was actually thinking maybe I should. It only makes sense if I also. Well, it doesn't make sense, but like if I also made this model of her, the new one. But I don't know. I actually don't know. I can do it as a fan project, I guess, or some shit like that. But there's gonna be probably like so many other 3D modelers that are gonna be like thirsty for that shit. So I'm not sure. Most of them my students. It's probably so weird, in my opinion, that when you know that people know who you are, right? But then you're still role-playing as this like totally new VTuber. that probably feels so fucking weird if you think about it. You're like, oh yeah, I'm totally this totally new VTuber. Not Gargura, by the way. Hi guys. Totally a new VTuber, by the way. Like, how the fuck does that even work? Funny. Totally not Gargura, guys. Totally. And you're doing your debut like the typical way. Hi guys, I'm Chonky my Chonky. I like playing video games. Here's a question. I got a question. So let's say whenever VTubers do debuts, right? You know how they say like, oh, like these are my favorite colors. It's like, let's say purple and green are my favorite colors. My favorite food is pizza, for example. Right? Now, my question is this. Whenever these VTubers re-debut as totally different personalities, right? Do they say the same colors and same foods that they like and same interests? Or do they come up with the new ones? And if they come up with the new ones, does it mean that it's just a complete lie then? And they don't actually like those things? They're only doing it for the show? You know what I'm saying? Because then it means that it's a lie, right? Like if on one debut with one VTuber you said you like blue and purple. In the next VTuber you say I like yellow and black, whatever the fuck. Like that's a lie, right? Oh yeah, guys, if you're on YouTube and you're still watching, by the way, no, it's fine. Don't forget to like the stream on YouTube, by the way. I repeat, do not forget to like the stream. Right. Okay, I think we're good. I just need to like make this asymmetrical now slightly. All right, and then we can start making clothes actually. Oh, actually I have to the body asymmetrical too, but that's not a big deal. Okay, let's do the face first. Because I actually have to texture small shadow here. Right again. Wait, how do I do lines? What's a magnetic curve selection tool? What the fuck? It's laggy as fuck, that's for sure. Hey, Curie, you're a dude. Oh, what the fuck? Why is my... Wait, what? Huh? Why is it so much? What the fuck? My desktop is almost full. I mean, my C disk. Hi, hey dude. Just a moment. Let me move some files so that free up my space. Actually, I'm gonna, yeah, just do everything. When you're going to do the clothes, I'm really interested to see how you're going to model them. Right about now, I guess. I'm just trying to see that this UV needs to be like actually asymmetrical. Just in case like you decide to do something on this side that you don't want to do on that side. Since the model has like, you see how like it has asymmetrical clothes, that means that it will require asymmetrical shadows as well. And if I have asymmetrical shadows, then I need that means that the whole body also needs to be asymmetrically textured, and that's what I did, right? I split it up. And now I'm gonna start doing the cloth. Alright. Where do we have? I don't need this anymore. We can just do this. This goes just this much. That's simple. This one is only on sort of like one side. All right. So let me save this again for base. And let me resave back here. And now I'm gonna do clothes. I'm gonna start with the this thing. Mr. Rexlex. What up, Mr. Rexlex? Mr. Schmexlex. Hot. Come on, man. Look, I did bring chair next to me. Next time she comes and sits here, I'll give you a cat count. She has like the new best spot. That's the only thing. The new best spot is on the second floor. Remember, like I showed you that makeshift, like, bed that I made? And she's just always like sitting there now, so. What, you want me to just destroy that bed only for your satisfaction, huh? Huh? Horrible person you are. Absolute horrible person. Horrible. You're my angel. Tonight. Wait, have you added modifier to get less edges? No, I just used I just did unsubdivide. Yo, Mr. Rexlex, are you excited? Are you excited, dude? Or what? Are you excited for Gargura's new debut, dude? Holy shit. Hype, dude. I am hyping. Oh yeah, I'm gonna delete these boobs actually on the inside. Be covered by a shirt. Shit. Gagura. You know Gagura? for the Stellaris out there. It's funny you say Stellaris because I saw Stellaris on sale on Steam, and I was like, it would be funny if I bought Stellaris and started playing it because Rexdex always talks about it. But then I was like, nah. What am I, a bitch? What next? I'm gonna buy Farmer Simulator and start doing farming, then Euro Truck Simulator. The typical German, whatchamacallit? Oh, I think I deleted too much. Can't see now. Better be it up. People on Twitch. Mr. Rex. It's still funny to me how like Germans absolutely fucking love like simulators, specifically like this farming simulator and Euro Truck Simulator and all that shit. It's so fucking funny to me that like you guys absolutely love that shit. I don't even know why, but you do. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing though. Maybe that's a good thing because that means that you guys are so dedicated to like your job that you are like spending extra time even when you're not doing it only because you like it so much. So maybe it speaks of some sort of a dedication to your job and work. Because like obviously you can't be doing farming a lot because you only do farming like seasonally, right? And then like when you're not doing that, what else are you supposed to do, right? So I guess like it only makes sense that you are basically gonna be playing a simulator instead, right? It's not a crazy idea, right? That you would be doing something like that. I mean, it makes sense. Something you wouldn't normally do? Wait. Someone said it's to do something you wouldn't normally do. But I was under the impression that people that are playing farmer simulators, or people that are playing farmer simulators and like Euro truck simulators and things like that, are basically farmers and truckers themselves. I thought it was more so that. Is it not? I could swear that it was like, since like, I'm even trucking, right? Like, you don't always do that. No? Where did you get this information from? I don't know, like usually if I watch some dudes that are playing this type of games, I'm always left with the impression that these are people that are also doing like trucking IRL. Like, I don't know. Actually, a question. Let's say like you are playing that game for the sake of like, you're like, hell, I like this experience. I mean, I guess like it makes sense. You don't want to dedicate yourself to it. You just want to experience it, right? So you get the game, you sort of experience it, right? And then you're done. It's not the real deal though. I wonder if there are some truckers that would let you basically stay with them while they are basically going through a country delivering their shit. And you can sort of pay them for that. I bet there are some people that would like do shit like that. And if at any point like you want to leave, like you can, but he's not responsible for you basically. Like you gotta do it on your own, you know? Like get back and whatnot. Get back here, you bastard! Get back here, boy! Oh, wait. I'll normalize it a little bit because it looks a little bit weird the way it just like kind of goes down like that. Oh, it has like a gap in the back.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has pulled the power. Discovery Houston, trim to ATO. Fast to be in orbit. Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, wait, I don't get it. Why is it different from this one? I guess is it? Oh, it is a little bit different from this one. Why? Okay. whatever. Wow. I made a small mistake, and this is the best way I can fix it right now. I deleted way too much than I should have. Why is she meowing? What do you have to do with anything, bitch? Do you do character design as well, like concepts in 2D? No, I don't, unfortunately. What app do you use for VTuber setup? I'm using an old app called VC but there are more modern apps as well that are pretty good. Back to Twitch. Do you have a daily sketchbook for drawings? I said that I don't draw. Like, I'm not sure. Like, what do you mean? I already told you I don't draw. Do I have a favorite Pokemon? I don't play Pokemon. Yeah. To find common ground, not making fun, just this hard to watch other every fan. Yeah, I understand. It's fine. I mean, yeah, like don't feel pressured like you have to talk just because like nobody's talking or anything like that. That's perfectly fine for my streams. Sometimes I'm just like into modeling and that's it, you know? It's okay. Don't feel pressured or anything like that to like start. I mean, if you want to genuinely start a conversation, that's perfectly fine. I'll answer you regardless, but like for example, we were talking about it earlier about like industry for game devs and AI stuff and whatnot. A little bit about VTubers, a little bit about that, this. Yeah. Don't ever feel pressured like you have to start a conversation. It's not a big deal. I'm also not that type of VTuber, right? Where you I mean, maybe I should become a drama VTuber.
Hell no.
A drama VTuber, dude. No, under like a different VTuber name. I'll make another channel. And I'll be doing drama VTubing on the channel.
Might as well
Become a mute? Why?
It's better than.
I don't think so. VTuber. You're really skilled at making great waifus? Yeah. I actually do want to make like some craziest, dude. I had like so many good commissions coming up before the cat incident. I mean, it was stupid to be honest either way, but I mean, people decided that they want to just not work with me anymore, which is sad, but I mean, it is what it is. But I had like so many good fucking commissions. I am planning on like making a small announcement sometime soon. I mean, I've been saying it for half a year now, but yeah, I want to like see if I can specifically get at least like 3-4 commissions lined up and like work for them for a couple months. See if there's any interest in that. My only concern is that I'm afraid, and I feel like it's dumb, but it's also like it's valid to a certain extent, but I'm just afraid to fail. It's a dumb thought where it's like, oh, what if like I say it or post it and then there's like nobody gonna apply or some shit like that. It's just dumb, I get it, but it's still like a like dumbass fucking fear basically that I have. I mean, worst case scenario, at least I will know, right? Wednesday stream for sure. I like how you make fun of me, Rexlex, but you don't even know what's happening in my head, which is fine. It's okay. It's just like your way of like pushing me to do something. I get it. I'm not mad at you for that. Fritters. How much experience to know? Well, yeah, maybe not. Nut. I am and I am not at the same time. In someone with so much skill and fun portfolio, just shows how human it is to feel that way. I believe you're going to get some bites. Not sure your rate, so can't say how many bites will be legitimate for your skill. I mean, my rates have not changed throughout like couple years, to be honest. But even then, like, I legit had like a whole like a lineup basically. Like, people would actually like line up and even wait for like half a year as long as they could get a model from me. They didn't care. They're like, yeah, just it's fine. Like, as long as like I'll just wait in a line, it's not a big deal. With this much of years of experience in just yeah. I mean, we'll see either way, right? Oh, I know this one. As I say it, I actually check my commission form, and there's actually a new application. Ew. Even though I didn't really do anything. Oh, I know this one. A lolly? Oh no. I guess we're making a lolly model after this. Josh, wanna see a lolly model? A lolly model. Do you wanna see a lolly model? Oh my god, it's a gato. Yeah. Feet.
Is it cat or is it
It's cat.
tail looks
Not really.
like
Yeah. I should say that because I'm a regular cat. Why people like lollies? Why not? Because they're cute. Yeah. It's you know like if you think that like here's a problem, and I want you to actually think about it. If whenever you see a lolly character, right, and you think to yourself that it's weird that somebody would sexualize a lolly character, the problem is not them. The problem is you. And I'll explain why. Because you're the one thinking about sexualizing them in the first place. It's like being like closet gay, basically, right? Like if you're a closet pedophile, like yeah, the problem is not them, it's you. Also, like stop saying that because you're actually giving yourself away. People genuinely like lollies not because of the sexual nature, but because they're cute. Like there are set of people, like even men actually for that matter, they really like lollies just because they're cute. That's it. I mean, you know that in Japan, for example, there's a whole like group of people that are idolizing like young idols, right? And while you as a Westerner, right, might think that it's a weird thing, right? In their culture, it's perfectly acceptable because these men are treating these girls like their daughters. There is something where there is something about adult men having some sort of like fatherly love towards idols like that, basically. And like I said, like in Japan, it is acceptable. Now, are there some weirdos in the group that are like doing some weird shit? Yeah, of course. Like in any group, there are always weirdos, right? But does that mean that the whole group is like that? No, of course not. So it's same thing with lollies in a way, where like, yeah, of course there are some fucking weirdos, right? But that's not the whole community, right? It's the same thing where like, for example, people are like whining about Fallen Shadow, saying that like she is basically a gooner bait for pedophiles or some shit like that. And that's like absolutely ridiculous. To make a claim such as that, that's so fucking insane. Like you're an actual insane person saying shit like that. But there are people that say shit like that. So, yeah. It's same thing when I got banned for like, was it a week ban actually? It was a 1 week ban, dude. That's insane.
Bro, like Twitch actually doing really bad job with like
I got a 1 week ban only because I was modeling a character that 99% of the time it was like fully covered. There was nothing sexual about her, but the only reason why they did it, they were like, this is like minor protection or some shit like that. That is insane. Oh yeah, I have to do the tail for this too. Do not forget. 2 tails actually. Huh? The black dude? That was yesterday. Cause he just called somebody a bitch or some shit like that, and then Twitch just banned him because, like, as a dude, you can't be you can't be like talking back to women and calling them bitches. It is unfair. It is because he was being called like derogatory terms. Yeah, he was being harassed, and then when he did it back, like he was the one getting banned. That's ridiculous, obviously. I mean, you don't even need that. Like, I mean, you can like look at people like Tectone, basically, that had a drama with this other VTuber, right? Or not VTuber, but a streamer. And I mean, yeah, she is an obvious bitch, but he got banned anyways for like, what, 2 weeks? There is obviously a bias in like Twitch dev team, and it's very clear. Well, no, she got banned for reading like a... Yeah, like it was a sexual fact. It's sexual fact. I mean, look, I still think that it was unfair, but I mean, I would imagine that like part of the reason why she also got banned for a day was because
how reading like even remote.
beauty standard in Japan is based around cuteness, from my understanding. So loli makes... No, it's not even beauty standard, because like beauty is different. Beauty is still like sort of associated with sexuality a little bit, right? But I mean, I guess like it depends what type of beauty are you talking. If you're talking about beauty in women, it's obviously associated with sexuality to a certain manner, right? But like when it comes to like I don't know how to explain it. I feel like it's very hard for me to explain it like verbally, to not make it, to not look myself look weird. I don't know. I'm just trying to explain that there is definitely a part of it which it's not about anything weird or sexual. It's just basically like some inherent, not even attraction, but like people like cute things, basically. Like, for example, like there are like, I don't know, you like cute, like, I don't know, cats, for example, right? You think cats are cute and you like them because they're cute, right? That's it. Now, just because you think something is cute doesn't mean that you also like feel sexual about it, like sexual attraction to it. No, of course not, right? So what I'm saying is like, just like you can like something only because it's cute, right? like that's it. There are people that like those type of characters for that reason. Like I said, I'm not denying that there are weirdos as well. I 100% agree that there definitely are weirdos that treat this type of characters like in a weird manner. Like I said, I agree that there are weirdos like that. Like, for example, like when I think about like Fallen Shadow, right? I feel like Fallen Shadow is the best example of that. Like, she has like a bunch of dudes watching her, obviously, right? But I bet you like most of them do not have the type of attraction to her that you might think, like some pedophilic attraction. It's more so like some sort of like fatherly protective attraction, right? That's all there is. But again, there's always gonna be people that want to make drama about it, to go ahead and like say like some nasty shit on the internet only because they know it's gonna get them some clicks, basically, right? Which is ridiculous. Phone is about to die. Hope to dodge curse of Shanzo on my way. What do you mean curse of Shanzo, dude? You have not been cursed. Also, your last ride was perfectly fine. Come on now. You've been doing fine recently. Don't blame it all on me. Don't blame it all on me. Don't blame it on me. Hassan Piper. Wait. Who said Hassan? You got banned for that, but Hassan, which was proven to watch lolly naked bathing, didn't. I mean, Hassan needs to get banned for multiple other reasons, and I feel like that's not even the worst reason. But the problem why Hassan is not getting banned, like everyone knows that. It's because like people that are working for Twitch are heavily left-leaning people, and if they ban Hassan, what it means that they do not have enough like left-leaning political talkers or speakers on their platform, and they don't want to do that. They know very well that Hassan has broken multiple fucking rules, but the problem is, obviously they do not apply those rules to everyone equally. And again, Hassan is the only other popular left-leaning streamer. Also, you have to understand, these people are fucking delusional. They still believe that they are the right side. They're like Nazis, basically, but like they don't... Like, it's funny that like the group that actually acts like fascists calls everyone else fascist and Nazis, right? It's almost like self-report at this point, right? They're literally self-reporting. Like with their fucking projection, right? So yeah, it's obvious that Hassan is not getting banned on the platform. I mean, that dude literally invited fucking terrorists on his streams, dude. What are you talking about? You have to understand, Hassan is the type of dude that said... Hassan is the dude that said that USA deserved 9/11. Like, what are we even talking about? What are we even talking about, dude? He's the guy that said that US deserved 9/11. People have been perma-banned for less, dude. Antifa has fascist in its name. Katja, weird. You want to tell me that Antifa's ideology is not fascist in itself? Like, that would be fucking crazy.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
It's like saying, like, I want to fight Nazis, so I'm gonna become a Nazi myself so nobody else can become a Nazi. Like, that's not how it works, right? Or like, I wanna fight fascism, so in order to fight fascism, I'm gonna become fascist myself. Kanye logic? I don't know. Is Kanye fighting Nazism? Kanye. Let's do some shorts. Kanye Yeast. Kanye Yeast. Do you guys know a famous rapper called Kanye Yeast? Yeast. What does? Singing. Huh. These proportions are way fucking different from the picture. Okay, it's fine. Just Internet people here are the far left ones. Where? Here, where? In Germany, in US, on Twitch. Germany. It's funny to me that you say something like that because I always viewed you as a very left-leaning person as a whole. So the funny thing is, like, when even you say something like that, that means that like it is fucked up. Wait, what happened? Why is it like that? I moved it. Oh boy, what happened? Did this got shifted somehow? Oh, I know what happened. Fuck. Ah, it's fine. Good evening, Shazza in chat. Yo, what up, dude? You know what? I'm actually gonna do this as well because I will need it anyways later on. Just remap it to mirror. You're a Nazi for them. Yeah. That's that's exactly what's happening. It's not anything new. That's what I'm saying. That like hearing it from you is actually crazy for me. Not crazy, but like it's interesting for me because, like I said, like I always viewed you more as a left-leaning person, right? And you are a left-leaning person at the end of the day. But the fact that like even you can like have a healthy reaction to that situation, and even you see how ridiculous it is, it's basically saying how the whole movement is just corrupt at this point. And it has nothing to do with any of the shit that they're talking about. It has to do more with control. They want to control what you say, how you say it. They want to blackmail you, basically, right? Morally, right? Say that like, if you say certain things in a certain way, you are a shitty person, you are a bad person, right? And then you're like, no, that's not me, and then you have to like constantly like sort of like fight and defend yourself against that idea that you're not this piece of shit person. You are progressive just like them. You can adopt the same ideas that they do, as long as you're not gonna be called the enemy of the people, right? Because I mean, like, if you do not adopt their ideology, you are the enemy of the people. I mean, the thing is, like, I sort of understand these people because they always come from some sort of like humanitarian angle when it comes to things, right? And that's why like all of their logic is just based on like some sort of humanitarian stuff. Like that's why it's like so heavily dependent on like some sort of like moral like compass and shit like that, right? But it's illogical, and they don't care about logic. They really don't care about logic right now. You have no opinion? Well, it's more so that your opinion is invalid. The thing is, like, it's social engineering at its finest, right? At the end of the day, all of that is social engineering. And most people fall for that shit. Like, whoever, like, started that shit is, like, obviously, like, very smart and understands, like, how people act and react to things, right? But at its core, it is social engineering. You basically socially engineer people to think in a certain way, right? Because like even the whole idea of like morality, right? Like as a concept, morality means nothing if you think about it, right? What is morality, right? Or who dictates what is the highest form of morality, right? When is Zora whether had a moral high ground? Yeah, that's what it's funny because it sort of comes from like, I think it heavily, maybe I'm wrong on this, but it heavily comes from like religion as well. At least here in Georgia, right? A lot of these people are well, they're both on both sides, to be honest, like lefties and conservatives, they both have it, to be honest. As far as like moral high ground goes, like again, this is not just a problem of like left, it's a problem of both sides. Conservatives do the same exact shit as well. It's just their moral high ground, it goes on religion basically, right? It's like if you're doing something that is against their religion, it's like they're gonna shame you for that, right? Especially like the wannabe Christians and wannabe religious people do that a lot too. Even though their book literally tells them like not to judge each other, right? Because, you know, if you don't judge each other because you're gonna be judged yourself, like blah blah blah, something like that. Weirdos, you know, genres. Rock and roll. No, it's gonna leave because it's cultural appropriation for them. Do they actually do that? I feel like even if somebody does something like that, that's just a form of like virtue signaling, right? Moral. So if you end up in a debate with someone who morally high grounds, just leave the conversation. Not worth doing. It's not about that. I feel like for example, I feel like that's a good general reaction that you should have. But I feel like the problem is like, this is a problem of a lot of young people, right? A lot of young people, they just go with whatever like their social group was telling them to do. They went with, like, for example, like if they were growing up in a social environment where most of their friends were like a bunch of socialists, right? And they were like left-leaning ones, obviously like they will have like some sort of like morals, I guess, adopted from their friends, right? But and that's usually the problem of younger like people, right? I feel like you can genuinely have like a good conversation with people, right? And like productive conversation. But I feel like your conversation should always be aimed at truth, basically. And I feel like I try to do that with people whenever I have conversation with them, right? I do say it like from the very start that like, hey, we can have this conversation, we can have this discussion, but I will stop having this discussion if at any point the goal of the conversation is not going to be to find out truth, but rather either of us wanting to like be right, right? Like the conversation should never be about like either of us wanting to be right, to like prove each other wrong, right? It's like, oh, like I'm the right one. No, I'm the right one, right? It's stupid. So like if the person that you're talking with is dishonest and they just want to be right, yeah, there's no point in talking with them, obviously. There is no fucking point in talking. Because this person obviously doesn't care about their truth, right? Because the problem is like when I used to be younger, like in my 20s, I also had this mindset of like wanting to be right. But the problem with that is, well, you're not gonna be always right. And if you're going into every conversation with that idea, that means that you are also lying to yourself, right? What you're also doing is that you are not letting yourself develop and be better, right? And I mean, if you're not striving for some sort of self-betterment, then what's the point, right? Like of anything actually at all. But then at some point I was thinking about this and I was like, well, the best way to go into conversations is if your only goal is to find out the truth. Because the problem is whether you're right or wrong in a conversation specifically, you are still a winner. Both of you actually. Because if both of your goal was truth, it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. Because if truth is what you got, right, then you're both winners. That's all there is. There was a case of pupils that are close to high school graduation choosing a theme for their party. There were suggestions of slogans that were close to Nazi slogans. Jesus. I mean, that's a different problem though. the fact that like there's actually like a rise of Nazism in Germany, and not just in Germany, is partially because of left, actually. I'm not even joking. Because whenever you are called a Nazi for such a long time, at some point you're gonna say, fuck it, I am a Nazi. Like, you can't be doing that, right? Because no matter what you do, right, they call you a Nazi regardless. At some point you're gonna just get tired of that shit. Right? It's the same thing with the racist stuff, right? If no matter what you do, if no matter how much effort you put into like not being a fucking racist, but people call you racist regardless, you're gonna be like, fuck it, you're calling me racist regardless, so I might as well be fucking racist, right? And that's exactly what people are doing at this point. They're just tired. Because like no matter what they do, like it doesn't matter. Like that's partially problem of cancel culture, right? Cancel culture used to, or like let's not say cancel, people in general used to care about fixing your behavior in society, right? So if you acted like weird, they did care about making you better, right? Then there's nothing wrong with it, right? If society is trying to tell you that like, hey, being racist is bad, being a Nazi is bad, you're like, okay. But the problem is, if there is no, how do I say this? If there is no absolute, not absolution, but if you can't be absolved of your sins, right? Then what's the point? You might as well just continue sinning, right? So if you made a mistake and then you were sorry for it, but then you're not forgiven anyways, you will say, oh, what's the point of me apologizing? And that's actually what's happening if you think about it with cancel culture nowadays, right? This is why it's, I say this all the time. If you ever get in trouble on the internet, the best thing to do is to say that you're innocent, that you didn't do it. That's actually it's dishonest, but that's the best thing to do. That's why a bunch of these VTubers are doing this as well. Every time they get in trouble, they never say that like, yeah, I'm at fault, I take responsibility. No, because it's not right thing to do. And they know it as well. They know that if they go out and say that like they were at fault and they did something wrong, internet is not gonna forgive them. They know this. That's why they don't do it anymore. There used to be times when people would admit their mistakes and they would take time off, they would reflect on it, and they would come back and people would be like, okay, as long as you did that and you're a better person now, I'm okay with that as well. We will accept you back. That doesn't happen anymore. Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore. It's a bad thing, to be honest. I really don't like it. Because I like the idea of like society sort of like fixing your behavior. I feel like that's perfectly fine, right? It's a good thing if society can fix your behavior for the better. It's the type of behavior that's just good for everyone, right? But when that's no longer the goal, and the goal is to just like some sort of like personal like moral high ground, right? Yeah, that's not very good, right? You will get exactly that, what Rexlex is talking about, where like kids in schools are just straight up coming up with Nazi slogans for their parties and shit like that. Because I mean, like, no matter what they do, they're still gonna call them Nazis, so what's the point? Like, if you think that I'm like fucking around here and shit like that, you will see that yourself. If this trend continues, you will see it yourself. is how the first fights at schools have gotten worse since the social anti-bullying measures where both students get punished. Yeah, like the problem is whenever the system works in a way where no matter what you do, like you get punished regardless. Like, yeah, like it doesn't matter then, right? You're not reducing like any sort of like pain or suffering at that point. Arrested that planned to attack refugee camps and left group places. 5 people age. They were arrested. Yeah. I mean, that's not surprising. That's bad, but it's not surprising. And what I just said is exactly that, right? Like, even those kids, I bet you, like, they were called racist once or twice. And their social group, like, or internet group never forgave them for that. And they got even more radicalized. It's a bad thing, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to justify. Like, it's shitty that happened. Obviously, those people should serve punishment. But you also have to, like, look into, like, why that's happening, right? You know why that's happening? Because they see what's happening in Germany. They see that people are running with their cars into groups of people on Christian markets and shit like that. There's stabbings happening and people dying. They see these terror attacks all the time. So and then their government, instead of like doing something about it, they say, oh no, you guys are racist if you think that way. So you know what happens when people are not heard? They get radicalized. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Because like no matter what they say, they're still gonna be called bad names, right? So what's the point? Oh, hi, hit it. Can't blame AFD for running campaigns through social media. Oh yeah, the typical you guys are the ones radicalizing these people. Of course. What are you doing here? Trying to do shorts actually, but also talking about some dumb stuff. Alright. Meow. Meow. I mean, these shorts are fine the way they are. The only thing that I don't know, do these shorts actually have like something in the middle? I guess they don't. They're just short. I'll texture them the way they are. Alright, let's do a little dress. This is inverted. Meow. Meow. Are they gonna imprison AFD, by the way? Are they doing that, Rexlex? There was a thing where they were trying to like look into their stuff and potentially ban them. About banning the parties ongoing. How do you think, like, what part of it is just bullshit politics just to get people riled up? Can AFD actually potentially file whatchamacallit? Could they sue like these parties for not discrimination, but what do you call it? Shit, what's the word? Defamation. Can they sue them for defamation? Yeah. if they're not gonna be able to prove anything. I still am wondering how good German court system is and if it's biased at all. That's like one thing that is still a little bit concerning for me, because you're saying that like they are unbiased, right? But I'm wondering if that's actually the case. Because I get it, like you have trust in them, right? And it's perfectly fine, because I have not lived in your country, obviously, and I don't know. But I don't know, like I generally always have like some sort of distrust towards any government organs or institutions, rather. But that's more so through like lived experience. You're voting wrong, so we're going to make sure you do it right. Redo the vote. The courts are independent and government can influence them. Well, let's hope that's true, right? But could they sue them back for defamation? Because let's be honest, like whenever you are saying that like, hey, this group of people, they are like part of some sort of like Nazi ideology, even if you're not gonna actually like go in court for that, right? The problem is like by you saying that, you are already sort of like doing the implication and you're ruining their name, right? By associating them with Nazis. You're saying like, we think they're Nazis, but we don't know for sure. But there's an allegation. And like, let's be honest, allegation nowadays is more than enough, right? Bim bim bom bom bim 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 bom bom. Like, I mean, like if I go and say like, oh, like this person is like an alleged pedophile, right? Like, do you really think people are gonna say like, well, you don't have any proof yet, so you can't say that? We're not gonna believe you. No, that's not what happens, right? Reality is that like the allegation is more than enough to smear somebody's name. You can say whatever the fuck you want, and it's like perfectly legal as well, right? You say like it's allegation. I'm not claiming anything. Oh, the Constitution. Sure, this is just a long paper explaining why AfD are right-wing extremists. Okay. The problem is like, even if they are right-wing extremists, then what? By the way, I'm not in favor of AfD. I actually do not want. I mean, as far as like my country's best interest goes, AfD is not in my country's best interest, FYI. But I'm trying to like go with the logic. When you're saying like they are right-wing extremists, and I mean, there is such thing as left-wing extremism as well, but nobody cares about that. The question is like, why should you care if somebody's a right-wing extremist? That's another form of like devaluing a word. Like media like says it so much that people just don't care anymore. And people are gonna say, well, you know what? I am a right-wing extremist. They're gonna say. Like, what are you gonna do about that then? Nothing. This is something that I hate in here as well. Like people here, like the lefties here are doing the same thing here in Georgia, where they are trying to like basically like call the Georgian dream the names, right? Oh, like you guys are this, you guys are that, you guys are this bad, that bad. But in reality, like none of that shit matters because they don't care. Like you can't like morally shame somebody basically only because it makes you feel good. Like it doesn't matter. These people are gonna continue doing what they're doing anyways. And you morally shaming them is not gonna change anything about that. How can you morally shade somebody that doesn't have any morals? Working to deconstruct the democratic system in Germany, that would also be the condition needed to start the process of banning the party. So you say it could prove. What if it doesn't prove? What if it doesn't prove shit? And what if it's all what if all of it is just a dog whistle basically? Just to create a bad name for a party basically. And for people like you to just keep repeating it until you actually believe it. It's just a defamation campaign at this point is what I think it is. Like I said, like as much as I think AFD is just not in my best interest as for my country, I still think it's a typical defamation campaign. The goal is not to actually ban them, but rather to defame them. And people are now thinking that they're somehow associated with Nazis, even if they're not. I mean, I don't know that yet, right? Nobody knows. It's not defamation if it's true. If it's true. What if it's not true? Okay, here's a question. Let's say the court happened, right? And the court was unbiased, obviously, right? And the court proved that these people are not, it's not anti-democratic, what they're doing. Like, what they're doing is perfectly fine, right? Are you personally gonna change your opinion about them and think that they're not like Nazis or whatever the fuck? Like, are you gonna do that? And then the question is like, how many people like you are gonna change their opinion about them? Yeah, you see? That's what I'm saying. So then that whole campaign is not aimed to actually prove that they're Nazis or not. It's to form an opinion, basically. And well, you formed your opinion already. Kishi, I don't exactly remember the name, who got called racist and pedophile by Hassan. And then some news channel made article about it. Fake as news, probably paid by Hassan. No. It was Kirshi, and I think the situation with her was that. What was the situation with her? Gosh, what was the situation with Kirshi? Why that person made the post about her? I think she said something like slightly like right-wing, and then she got called as if like somebody made like a hit piece on it, who works for Vice, saying that VTubers are basically popularizing some right-wing ideas, basically, as if like right-wing ideas are inherently bad, right? And because of that, she got as a summarize video, so I might be wrong. Yeah, at least like from what I know that she got basically her she got dropped by her advertisers, basically. And it was bullshit, basically. It was over nothing. And then she also got banned on Twitch for like a day for reading fanfiction on stream. I'm not sure whether the fanfiction was like lewd or not, but people are saying it was lewd. I mean, either way, there's worse things that are happening on Twitch, but this is just another example of like Twitch's favoritism, how they are favoriting specifically like left-leaning streamers, like Hassan, for example, for that matter. She just wants pets, dude. She just won't leave me alone. It's funny because if I go after her, what she does is she goes upstairs on the second floor, and then she sits in that makeshift like makeshift bed that I make her, that's like leaning over. And she just sits there. Also heard she had the age restriction on that stream anyway. Bro, most VTuber streamers are not safe for kids, so you do understand that that's bullshit, right? And that's basically the what I said earlier, which is like it's just the specific treatment, basically. Like, let's be honest, like we both know that at Twitch there are probably a bunch of these like left-leaning people that are working there. It's always the case for companies like that, and Twitch has been fostering that type of like mentality in their company, right? They have like a bunch of Like, why do you think that Twitch is not actually making any money? Why do you think like a platform such as Twitch, by the way, should have any sort of programs for like any sort of empowering? Which, by the way, is racist at its core if you think about it. Like, if you're saying that like we as a platform need to empower women, you're also admitting that women are inherently not good enough entertainers, so you have to give them more money, right? Same thing for like any other groups, whether you're black or Hispanic or like women or whatever it is, right? You're saying that like this type of people are inherently not entertaining, so we're gonna just give them more money. Which is dumb, right? You should not fucking do that as a platform, right? But they're doing it. Then obviously the whole political commentary is like very popular on Twitch right now, right? So while they're dishing out bans for like people that are even slightly right-leaning, they're just giving like slap on the wrist to people that are heavily left-leaning, right? Like people like Hassan, who openly is supporting terrorists. Like, that's crazy. And the only reason why they do that is because like left-leaning talking points are just not popular amongst people. Because they're illogical, they're dumb, nobody wants to hear it. There's not a single ounce of logic in them. And well, people just don't want to support terrorists, you know? Like Hamas and fucking Hezbollah and fucking Houthis and shit like that. Like, people just don't want to support terrorists. Now, do you guys want to support terrorists? I don't think any of you wants to support terrorists, right? I'm pretty sure nobody from you wants to support terrorists. It's just not a good idea, I feel like, right? Does it count as guys terrorizing you? No. Tier 1 subs is 50-50, Tier 2 is 60-40, and Tier 3 is 70-30. What, Twitch? Yeah, but you also have to understand that Twitch is just superior in terms of the amount of people are watching it on daily basis. Like, it's still their platform and their like thing. Also, it's not quite true. It also depends how big your channel is. So there are like, they actually just added it recently. What? Yeah, the payment system, by the way, it depends on how many subs you have. I actually have it under my stream. You can see the goal thing that I have, I think. It's basic. There's like 2 extra tiers from the normal one. And if you go above the second tier, then you start getting 60-40. And then there's 3rd tier. I think it's like you have to have like 1,000 subs plus. And then it's 70-30 flat for all subs, which is good. So at least they fixed that, and they basically added some incentivization for channels to push for subs, basically, right? Because you get better deal. The problem of Twitch is not that. The problem is like, even when they have, like, imagine they already have that split like you're talking, right? And that's huge if you think about it. They also make a shit ton of money from advertising, and Twitch is still not making money. Like, that's crazy. And I bet you a big problem and the big reason for that is because, well, first of all, they're not running it efficiently, right? So they're probably overstaffed, right? They are 100% overstaffed. 100%. And they just don't want to fire anyone because I bet you like 90% of people working for Twitch are women, if not more. Sorry, not women, Karens. Proof? I don't know. Well, I don't have proof. I will be honest, I'm literally pulling it out of my ass. Let's ask Grok. What percentage of people working at Twitch are women? What about in okay, no, it's actually, so I am wrong. It says that 26% of Twitch employees are women, 74 are men. Now the problem is, I asked it specifically, what about in community management? Because usually community management is the side where all the bans and shit like that is happening, but it doesn't know that. Because 74% of men could mean like everything. That means like front-end developers, back-end developers, like people that actually do physical stuff, right? So it's like all of their employees. It doesn't specifically mean a particular side, right? Yeah. So like if it was like community management. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, you have to at least admit, Rexlex, that the bans that they're dishing out left and right are so fucking unfair. I'm not even talking about myself at this point. Community. God damn. What time is it? Oh shit. I've been streaming. Dude, I've been streaming way too long today. Holy shit. I gotta stop. Alright, I'm gonna stop, guys. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna go rest, come back tomorrow, continue tomorrow, okay? Literally overworking, dude. Holy shit. Let me make clothes. Shouldn't be overworking this much, dude.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
You know, for the stream? Yeah, don't thank me for it, dude. All right, anyways, guys, I'm gonna be done for today. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed me yapping for a little bit. Today, I'll be back tomorrow to continue yapping tomorrow. But anyways, thank you everyone. As always, if you're on YouTube, do not forget to like the stream. Make sure to like the stream on YouTube. Also, here are some links in the chat. Check it out. You can see the same links on YouTube under the stream as well. There's Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Patreon, Boot, Blue Sky, Gumroad. Check them out. Discord is our community. You can join us up. I post stream announcements there. I'm live. Follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky if you got accounts there. Also, make sure to check out Boot and Gumroad. You can purchase some of my models there. I do have the furry model available right here. Wow. What else? Oh yeah, YouTube, Twitch, obviously. Check it out as well. I stream both on YouTube and Twitch. You can check either of the platforms. But yeah, that's about it. I'll be back tomorrow. What time? Like 5 hours earlier than this. That's usually my starting point. We'll see though. I mean, I should not be streaming later than that. Maybe like 10-15 minutes later than that. But ideally, I want to start streaming like a little bit early as well. We'll see how that goes. All right, anyways, thank you everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. See ya.